All right, let's get started. Welcome. I hope everyone's going well today. Yeah, we might as well start. I did a little bit of work on Welk yesterday. Not much, just doing an early component. Do npm run. I want to have a look at the coverage. We do have a problem with the checkbox at the moment with its coverage. We also have a problem with the checkbox with accessibility at the moment. So we're going to fix that all up. Now, I believe the card header is all perfectly fine. All the card stuff is perfectly fine. We're not worried about that. We are just going to deal with the checkbox at the moment. So if we jump into here, it's actually saying that this is not tested. In which case, yeah, we kind of want to test that out. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go down here. What we're also going to do is we're going to have a look. So checkbox, renders ID. We can squeeze it into these sort of tests in here. So we're just going to go test checkbox label has the correct name, and we're going to have a look at the functionality of it. So it passes through the label as the name. And I'm just going to look something up very, very quickly. So in here we've got label for, I don't see name, and I don't know, checkbox names P's, ID equals P's for P's. Yeah, I don't know why I've got it on, the input. For P's, the input. Oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense now. Because the name, and that's all the checkbook. Yeah, alright, cool. Cool. So I don't know why I was thinking that's the label. I'm just having a massive brain fart. We're just going to delete that. And what we're going to do is we're going to test checkbox has checkbox's name matches the label. Easy done. Matches the label, and we're going to say pizza. All right, socks. I'm trying to work, sweetie. You're in the way. Thank you. We're actually gonna. We should change this all to async. Oops. I should do that now. It doesn't matter, these can all run separately. Alright, so what I want to do is I want a const wrapper equals amount. Yep, alright, cool. The checkbox, we're going to open up the props. We're going to have the ID is just going to be the ID. That's perfectly fine, but we're going to have label. It's going to be pizza, which is awesome. Pizza is awesome. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go const input equals wrapper.find. We're just grabbing the input itself. Easy done. And then we're going to go expect the input element dot name to equal, or to be, sorry, pizza. Easy done. Now, I like to run a secondary test where we put something different in and make sure it doesn't equal the first one and make sure that it equals the second one. So we're just going to copy all of that. And instead of pizza, we're going to go sin a... and here, we're just going to do something like that. And we're just going to go sin amon scrolls, and then we're just going to have this put in a knot in there. Now, we're failing. All right. Because I haven't changed this to cinnamon scrolls yet. If I can spell. Cinnamon scrolls. Easy done. Going back over here, everything passes. I'm just going to rerun the coverage again. That's looking pretty good. But yeah, once again, we're hitting something different there. So I'm just going to open up this. We're going to go into sites. We're just going to go into Welk. We've got our coverage up here, and then we're just going to go into the index. So there it goes. So we can see the checkbox. It's pretty much all statements are getting there. And as you can see, it's just that one little tiny section, which is a bit weird. I'm going to break those out anyway. So one thing I do want to do is, if there's a couple of attributes in here, I always want to sort of break it out like that. And I'll get the linter in the future to do this for everyone. So you just do something like Control Command, or Control Alt, just to get it done like that. So I prefer it like that. Now, the good thing is, I'm just going to run the coverage again. It takes a couple of seconds. Uncovered lines, 30%. We're just going to hit refresh here. So apparently, name and model are not covered. But the thing is, I am actually doing the label in this test. Yeah, it's a bit weird. If I go npm run test unit, it's going to open up this. Oh, I'm just going to refresh this. We can collapse everything in. So this will be the checkbox. We've got the checkbox. Yeah, everything's there. We can have a look at the code. Yeah. That's working. I'm happy with that. I guess in our mind, we've tested as much as possible. So I'm all happy with that. We can move on from the checkbox now, because I'm pretty sure we've covered everything that we wanted to do there. And the next thing I want to do is, we'll probably get date time done tonight too, with the tests, and bring it up to how we want Welk to behave. Then yeah, we just got to do the unit tests. I'm also wanting to test something else. So if I open up package.json, we should have the npm runs in here. We've got the npm runs in here. So what I'm going to do, npm run docs.dev, that should bring up, failed to resolve, npm install, just in case I have forgotten to install something. Ooh, a critical. Oh, all right. Cool. Now this, the bundler or theme option is missing. All right, cool. So we'll go through dealing with the view press today also. So I want to start building up this, so that way as we're building each component, we actually document its process and so forth like that. But in the meantime, what I also want to do is I also want to sort of start testing these different components, and that we will do through the source local, and we've got our local app in here, in which case we're actually quite happy with all of that. What we want to do is we might break these up into different sections and stuff like that. Yeah. Did you just whack yourself on the keyboard socks? Oh, sweetie. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to hopefully minimize that whole entire thing like that. That's perfectly fine. I want to go H2 and then I want to do cards. Then we've got a section ID equals cards. There's not much to do with cards. So if you open up a card, you've got a card component, that's pretty much it. There's no other stuff for this. In the future, someone might be like, hey, we need to pass through classes like primary, secondary, and so forth like that. In which case, then I'll be like, yeah, sure. I'm going to skip the card for the moment. What we're going to do instead is do H1 checkbox. Whoa. And that will be section ID equals checkbox. I mean, there's not much for checkbox either. In the sense of design, it's very, very simple. We're not dealing with any sort of like primary, secondary info sort of classes. We're not coloring anything. Maybe in the future, if someone requests it, we could do it. So yeah, we'll also be doing a checkbox list. So what will actually happen is the user will be able to get an array of objects and key it in and be like, all right, cool, here's the label, here's the value, and so forth like that. And we'll handle that for them, including handling the model, which will be nice. So yeah, I just got to figure that one out. I mean, we could potentially do that today. I've also got to look at accessibility with this too, because I know I might be missing something like a role or something like that. So yeah, we'll have a quick look up in a bit. All right, so we've got the checkbox ID, we've got all this, so we've got the section ID. We're just going to import that. Import checkbox from our components, yada, yada, yada. Easy done. We just go down here. I'm just double checking with this. Is action running? All right, cool. This will be simple H3 basic checkbox. We'll still need that. All right, give me 2 seconds. Up here, what we want to do is we're going to have a checkbox like so, and we're going to do all of that, and then we're just going to do something like that. Ooh, careful socks. And then ID here is we'll go pizza, and the label will be pizza checkbox. All right, cool. I think. Sorry, I'm just annoying my cat socks. And then what I want to do, oh yeah, yep. Localhost 5173. We scroll down and then yeah, we've got the pizza checkbox down there. And that's a basic sort of checkbox. There's nothing more to it than that. And then yeah, we've got the code there. Easy done. Yeah, I like that. That's simple, that's easy. Now we've just got to do this. So I've been doing a little bit of research. We've got this particular site which seems pretty useful. Yeah, let's just go through what we've got to do. We've got to put a label on it. Yep, which is what we've done. If I scroll down, we've got the input type checkbox. So if I go here, we've got the input. Yep, type checkbox. Sweet. We've got an ID. Yes. And the label for, and then the label for. Yep, we've got that. That's perfect. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. Oh, Sucks is just licking me. Now, I'm going to be right back. Sorry, I do apologize. I just need to go to the bathroom. I should have gone before so I started the stream. So, bear with me. I won't be long. Go. Keep bumping into things, don't I? Alright, let's get back into it. Alright, sorry about that. So, easy done. Oops, socks. Your tail. So, I'm happy with this. Now, I'm tracking all these changes over here with this, so now we just go to unit testing. We're done with the unit testing. I'm going to shove it into documentation. So I've already done the unit tests. I did them just before. So I'm happy with the checkboxes. Pretty much happy with all of that. That should all be running. So now we can move on to datetime component. So the datetime component will be using the tooltip. So the idea with this, if we scroll down here, is we've got a label. We also determine whether or not something is required. Now that is something which we could potentially do for the checkbox. Now in some cases, depending with the checkbox and stuff like that, depends whether or not sorry, I'm just trying to think. You might have a I have to accept type of thing with the checkbox, and then you might need a is required there, which we might have to key in. Alright, I've just realized, yeah, I've just missed one little tiny thing. So with the checkbox, what we've got is we're going to go is required. That's going to be type of boolean. Required is going to be false. The default is going to be false. Easy done. We're quite happy with that. And then down here, what we'll actually have is, yeah, we need a span after the label. Now, one problem I can see is the description. The area description. Yeah, one of the problems I can see with this is translation. Part of me does not want to include translation into this library. However, it might be necessary that I have to do it. It then just becomes a problem of getting all these different languages and keying in this information. However, that being said, I can handball that back to the user or the developer. Remember, these are going to be dumb components. We're not going to do anything overly special for these. So I can easily have a field called required text so that the user can override this text too, which actually does help. Does actually help. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go required text. And this is going to be just a string. Required is going to be false. The default is going to be field is required. All right. And we're going to leave it like that. So if the user hasn't done any internationalization on their side of things, it's going to use the default English stuff here. And Gavad or Gavad Dan ready. Welcome. I hope you're having a good time. So yeah, I am just building up Welk, which we use for NearBeach, which is an open source project management system. Now in here, what I can do is I can do something like this. Once again, because there's multiple attributes, I like putting these on separate lines. All right, we might actually change this around. So we've got required text. What we can do is required area description and make it really known to developers. Hey, this is for the description here. And I'm going to do one step further. In fact, I'm going to put back required text. So that's going to be a string. Required is going to be false. Default is just going to be the asterisk. Like so. Just doing a bit of a stretch. So yeah, that way the developers can override all the defaults in this. Now, we've actually got to start testing for this. So what I want to do, luckily there's only one span on this, is in here I am going to write a describe. This will be check box area description for required span. was wondering if it could really actually fit in here. It can fit in there. That's perfectly fine. What we're going to do is we're just going to copy this. We're just going to paste it in like here. We're going to go check spot. So in this sort of case, we're testing to see is required span appears with defaults. Easy done. We can keep the ID in cinnamon scrolls. Is required then becomes true. And then down here we've got an input, but in reality we're after a span. So we're going to go const span equals wrapper.find span. Easy done. We'll get rid of that. And then we expect the span.element aria description to be, and it's not going to be cinnamon scrolls. Once again, we go back here, we actually have a look at our defaults, which is field is required. We're just going to copy that because there's times I've done a typo, and I've done plenty of typos tonight. Field is required. Easy done. We're going to have a look at the text content, and that should be like that. Now, if we have a look at our, I'm going to go npm run test unit. All right, so it opens up there. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to bring this down here so you guys can actually see this. There it goes. So we've got 20 tests. It all runs. It's all great. We're going to copy this. We're going to paste it in, and what we're going to do is I'm going to handle two separate tests. So required text equals field is required. Oh, no, let's do something different. Please tick. And then down here, we're just getting rid of that one. We're just copying this one line. We are going to put a .not in there. We're also going to go required text. Please tick. And we're going to change this to please tick. And that should... Oh, I've done the description. Whoops, sorry. No, that's my bad. Done. All right, cool. The next thing is Anne Selmy. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Gotta wish YouTube also had that feature where I could get told when I've got new followers and stuff like that. So yeah, required aria description equals. I'm going to say please tick. Also here, and then down here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that should not be that. Yeah, all right, cool. Once again, that's all running. I'm happy with that. All right. So that should cover all of our differences in here. We will have to document all of this over the YouTube side tonight instead of Twitch. Oh, fair enough. Welcome, Kendall. Or Kendale. However you pronounce your name. Alright, so that's all done. I'm happy with that. We can now move back to the date component and be like, yeah. Inside the date component, we're going to do our basic sort of thing. This is going to be welc. Oh, we've already straight away putting this in a form group. Now, are we doing that with the checkbox? No. And I'm just wondering why I'm doing that for the date component. If I have a look at the form group itself, it's a sort of very, very basic sort of setup. I mean, that's all it is. In this sort of case, we don't want the flex direction for the columns and all that kind of stuff. I'm just also having a look the button and so forth. So, yeah, with the checkbox, we don't want the form group because we need the input and the label to be next to each other. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, all right, cool. All right. Daytime package. I'm gonna have a look at the other ones very, very quickly. Number input. This is probably an old component I've written up. It uses form group too. I'm happy to continue with form group. That won't be a problem. I do know that there will be a checkbox list, which will probably also contain form group inside it. Yeah, not a problem. That's fine. We'll keep the form group. All right. So with the date time, I'm just going to close all of that. We've got the is required. We've got the label. We've got the tooltip message and the tooltip title. Because we pass that information further down. So if we have a look in this, we're also going to do the same thing which we did with the checkbox and make this one, you know, easier to read, easier to modify. So we do have a tooltip. Now, we don't have a tooltip on the checkboxes, which makes sense, because the label itself should indicate what it is and so forth like that. And we'll have the checkbox list, or the group, or however we call it, where I will allow someone to pass through a tooltip with some information and a label and all that kind of fun stuff. All right, so tooltip's fine. What I want to also do is I want to reopen up this. I'm just going to put this over here just because. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I'm going to get those 8 lines. Oh, actually. Oh wait, 2, 4. Oh wait, 10 lines. I can't count. What we actually have is over here. We're going to paste those in. So we're passing those through now. So I'm happy with that. So is required in this sort of case. Label and all that kind of fun stuff. If I go down here, we've got label, get ID. Yep, cool. I'm going to neaten this up because this is just looking terrible. Now, in my other version, I had that split over multiple different lines. Yep, I did. And then I just had props dot required text. Easy done. Here, I had required aria description. Yeah. And that's it. Oh, we've hit an ad break. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we've got ads on Twitch. It's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. So we tend to do this whilst we're waiting. You know, sometimes you'll see socks come along. Sometimes I solve a cube, but I put them behind me because I am just fidgeting like this tomorrow. So yeah. Hopefully everyone's going well tonight. So yeah. We've got about 30 seconds left of the ads. So yeah, I'm hoping to get out a few more components. Once we've done those few components, I'm going to jump back into NearBeach and we're going to do... We'll probably look at unit testing and other things in there too to see if we can improve the login process. We'll also start dealing with the API for projects. So yeah. Maybe considering using the description by instead of arrow description for the required text. It has slightly better support across older screen readers. Oh. Alright, yeah, I can easily do that. That's not a problem. Because that will work in the... It'll definitely work in the checkbox. Alright, and I'm just having a look. Button described by trash. Okay. Alright, in this sort of case, I'm gonna kind of veto for it in this particular case because this only ever appears if the user has flagged that this particular field is required. Now, the defaults for the required text is just that, which makes no sense to any screen reader or any person who can't see the screen, where I want the description to be that. And then the user have the ability to override it. So that makes sense for something like the input, where we can be like, get back here, where we can be with the button being like, all right, cool, we can do that, but that won't be appearing on the screen like that. If that makes any sense. So yeah. If I were to implement it, which won't be hard to actually do, I would add in a P tag or another span down here and then just hide it from everything. But then yeah. Yeah, sorry, I've just got to veto that. Because the required text could be an asterisk, just to indicate that, hey, this is a required field, which visually makes sense. Whereas we want the ARIA description to literally state this field is required. And then, yeah, having another span or a P on here, yeah, sorry, I'm going to veto that. Yeah. Anyway, so we've got the required. Now the tooltip, we're going to handle the tooltip and its accessibility at another stage. That's perfectly fine. We're only going from the top down here to figure out, well, essentially just to build up the components properly. All right, so we've got the welk date time component. We should also have that down here. The welk, the label, margin bottom. We're going to have to put those all within the basic sort of stuff. This did this the other day. Yeah. All right, no problem. We'll just get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we're happy with border color. Boxing size, I don't know why I've still got those, but that's fine. We can put them into a variable. Border width. Been having so many problems with the border widths and stuff like that. I'm probably going to be consistent with the border widths from now on. It is driving me nuts. So, yeah. Alright, give me 2 seconds. There's a bit to do here. So with the label, we've got the tooltip. Yep, we're happy with that. We've got the label. We've got the is required span. That should... Yep. And then that ends the label, and then we've got the input, get ID. Now I'm just having a, yeah, we've just got checkbox ID, and that's just computed. I'm probably going to change that get ID to date time ID. That. All right, easy done. So we've got the tooltip, we've got all of that. And then we've got the input. Now, where's that little thing over here? We'll radio inputs. We've got inputs. Now that's for text. So type, yeah, we've got the type. We won't need a placeholder or anything like that. All right. Ooh, sorry. We go on. So we've got the type, date, time, local, easy done. We've got the name. That'll be the props label. All right, cool. That will be the modal. We've got the check validation and so forth like that there. We're happy with all of that so far. For the model length logic in the datetime component, wouldn't it be safer to use string model.length? It handles null. Potentially, yeah. On this line. I am forcing it into a number. Oh yeah, I'm getting the value and to string, but model itself should... Why have I put it as false? I think that was a bit of an issue. All right, so model value to string dot length. I think I'm probably going to rewrite these checks. And the reason being is this is a date time, not a string thing. So yeah, this doesn't make sense. I think I just copied this over from the text editor, text input one, and I just never updated any of the validation or anything like that. So, yeah. There might be other, are you going to sit on my mouse? No. Alright, good. I'm just trying to think, sorry. There might be other cases. Other different types of validation for the date time. So I'm going to open up XKellyDraw. Alright, we're just going to go date time, picker, validation. So types of validation, min date, max date, exists. Is date. So the exist I'm not too worried about. Mainly because these are dumb components. We're not going to worry too much about the logic in them. The idea being is if it's a min date or a max date. Alright. Go to min date if younger. Go to max date if older. Exists. Go to min date if not existing. Go to min date if not existing. I think is a good solution. Instead of hard coding validation logic inside each component, have you considered using a validation scheme like Zod or passing a validation prop? It would make their component much flexible for complex forms. In this sort of case, these are just dumb components. I kind of don't want to implement too much on Welk, because what I can do is as a developer, I can import Welk and then do the validation on my application. These are meant to be just a shell component type of stuff. So very, very dumb. Extremely dumb. Like dribbling and getting confused at a date type of dumb. But I've never heard of Zod. We'll zoom in. First, validation with alright, import a Z from Zod, user Z object name, Z is string, import staff data, user.pass import, console log data name. Alright, yeah. It's pretty small. So, yeah. Cool. But yeah, all I need to... the freaking Mac woke up. All I need to do here with the validation is just make sure that the user hasn't put in anything dumb. Which can happen. So yeah, I've just got to do that. Yeah. And this is just a date time sort of field, so we're expecting... We're just expecting those type of validation and stuff like that. If the user wants to add in more validation, they can on their side. So, yeah. Alright, I'm just going to delete that. The check validation will be fine. Computed date time ID. Yep, that's how we want it. It's prop to lowercase. Replace everything with a hyphen. Alright, cool. And that's, yep, cool. Every space with a hyphen. Alright, Now, has error. I don't know if we're passing that up anymore. So we'll still need the is required. We still need the label. We need these fields, and we need the tool text. We've got the model. Has error. I'm not sure if we need. But that's something we can. I think we. Trying to think that I think that's something we do want to omit up. But yeah, all right, cool. Anyway, with the check validation, we've got the model. We get connected to there. I'm just double checking all of this down here. We're all happy with that. Yep, cool. Socks, will you please stop being in an annoying position and stay still? All right. So what we want to check is, once again, min date. We haven't imported min date or anything like that. We might as well go back up here. All right, we want, oops, max date. This is going to be type. I don't think we can actually have date time. And also, can we actually min and max? All right, cool. This is where I need to go view. I think it will just be the date. We'll actually test this out. Required. It's going to be false. The default is going to be new date. It's just going to be 0. And max date is going to be typed up. Sorry. That's going to be the max date. Oh, all right. Oh, we don't need a max date in arrays or anything like that. No. So we want to look at the, what's the largest date we can actually do. So if we bump that off to the left. Ew. If I go var a equals new date, the problem is might be max math.max invalidate. All right, invalidate. All right. Oh, and then when you -1, all right, what if, give me 2 seconds. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Get rid of that. We're just going to paste that in. Boom. All right, cool. Var a equals new date. Just going to paste that one back in. We're just going to go a invalidate. Yeah. All right, that makes sense. I was hoping that was going to work. I can hope. All right. If I go. I think that will work. I think that's maxima. max enough. All right, required is false. The default will be new date 0. Oops. Oops. All right, so we've got a max and min now. So coming down here, that means I can put a max and min on this. So I like to keep things in a certain order. Yep, all right, cool. Max equals props, max date. Min equals min prop. Yep, all right, cool. The date is not assignable to type, numberish or undefined. Damn. All right. Let's just delete that. Let's go min equals new date. Yeah, that's gonna throw up a problem. So it wants a string. Okay. It's annoying. I'm just having a quick think about this. I think keeping max and min dates as either integers or datetime stuff until the very last minute, until we do this, would be a better solution. The reason being is it's probably just easier that way. Then it should handle all the time zone stuff at the last minute when we actually do all this connection down here. In theory, we've got to test this out though. So yeah, just having a quick think. Because the server might send you UTC time, being like, hey, listen, don't pick any dates before this particular UTC time. However, you'll be looking stuff in your own local time. And depending where you are, you kind of want it disabled with that time zone taken into account. And stringifying it too high up might lose that sort of context, which is why I'm stringifying it down at the last second. So if we go A again, oh sorry, A equals new date. So we've got this, you can see it's in Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and if you go A dot to, it's just to ISO string, yep, lowercase to ISO string like this, you'll notice that the time is different. It says 8:25, and that's in the AMs, and that's because I'm 11 hours ahead. And then hopefully the browser's date time picker will actually handle the time zone differences and stuff like that. it is a test which we might actually write. So I might actually go into here and I'm just going to create a datetime component .test.ts. We are going to copy the basic sort of checkbox sort of stuff up here. We're just going to copy this just because I'm lazy, and I'm just going to paste it in, and I'm just going to go datetime component. We're going to go datetime component. We are just going to do that for the moment, and I'm going to do that to close it off, and I'm just going to go to do test time zone differences. I.e. the user is in AE, Australian Eastern Standard Time, and the server is in UTC. So yeah, we want to do that. Oh, what? Oh, I just threw my little thing around. All right, cool. All right. Oh yeah, I need to import the this is going to be a problem. I'm going to import the tests. Do a simple test. So datetime component from datetime component dot view. Yeah, we need the mount. I'm just going to go test renders without crashing. That's always a good one to do. Const wrapper equals mount. Well, you want to mount the datetime component. We need the props data. The props data. That's just all of this. Do we have anything that is required? We need the label. That's it. Start date time. And then what we need to do, const input wrapper equals find, easy done, expect input dot element. Now, are we checking the IDs and stuff like that? Do we? Yeah, we need to check for the IDs in this sort of case. ID. That will be datetime start date time. Input element dot text content should be state dot time. Yep. All right. Cool. Just gonna bump down there. We're just gonna see if this component new. Oh, it fails at the mount. Invalid what? Valid value uses weep mac key. I'm going to start this again just in case it's held on to something. So it failed one test. Datetime component. Yeah, it failed the datetime component. All right. All right. Oh. Props. No. I'm just going to open up the checkbox stuff. And then the next thing is, yeah, it's just props. I saw that down there, but I don't know why that's part of the mount. There's the props. I'm just going to hover over this. We're just going to go quote property name. No. I'm just going to delete this. Yeah, all right, cool. All right, props. Daytime component. This does have props. So define props. Why does it hate it? Ah, okay, that's an error on us. So now we've got it, so when it does it, it has input. I'm going to keep the input because, yeah, it is actually technically an input. Or we should do the label a bit separately. So what I'm going to do, that passes. All right, cool. ID will be input start date time. All right, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that. I want to do the end date time. All right, easy done. Like so. And I'm going to run these tests for the label too. Oh, piss, why is that opening? So, label will be start date. Oh, start date time. And then down here, label will be end date time. All right, so we've got all of that. Then I just need to do label. That will then be label. And then what I've got to do is, we'll just do that. And then expect label dot text to be start date time. And I'm just going to copy these three. I'm going to paste this. We expect this one to be end date and this one not. Like so. We've got an error. Oh, function anonymous. Yeah, cool. Sweet. I'm just gonna run it quickly. Now we have a missing mod. I'll use it then using get. Hey, Sherry Codes, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. What do you mean? Alright, so we need model. And we're just gonna... Oh, UJ, sorry. Ooh. Hold on. What have I assigned this model as? Model is a date. Type date is not assignable to type. Yeah, alright. Okay. That's a bit weird. Because I'm declaring a date time functionality, unless... Oop. Now it's not saying... Alright. Oops, that might be my bad. Const date equals new date. And it's like that, but then it then goes in here and says type date is not assignable to type string. But we get less warnings. And I'm just double checking this. Yeah, we're getting less warnings. Yeah, all right. No, quoting the property name won't work. It's that. So press with ts ignore. Don't like doing that though. Give me a couple of seconds. We're going to go into vtest models. We're just going to jump into here. We're just going to click search. We're just going to type in model. I'm going to do this. Whoops. I'm going to bump that off to the other side so you guys can actually read it. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. We don't need getting started. What we need to do is mocking dates. I mean, yeah, sure. Oh, sorry. Alright, what I want to do, I want to go view test model has value of has type of date. Alright. Alright, in test props model value equals new date, which is what we've done. However, it throws up the TypeScript error. That's a TypeScript throws error. Yeah, no. Unless no, that doesn't work. All right, let's read the docs. All right, that's testing types. Not what we wanted. Oh. Alright, hang on. Where's mount coming from? View test utilities. So that might actually go into here. And then we want to go mount model. I'm just going to open up this. We're going to close these tabs. I'm just going to do this so you guys can actually root it. So arguments, component, and stuff like that. Wrapper, mount foo, yep, which is what we got, and then we got the prop started. That's old though, so we're on this version. So slots, asynchronous behavior, making HTTP transitions, component reusability, testing vModel. Alright, so I'm gonna do this. You guys can read. Writing components that rely on vModel, interaction, update, blah, 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 event, need event, and alright, cool. So editor equals props, all of that kind of stuff. Alright, cool. So app, yep, alright. When we test wrapper, edit, model value. But it doesn't like that. All right. It's label string, model value. Yeah, I don't like that at all. What if I go to ISO string? And I'll just change this back to model. I mean, it's no longer having a problem. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 now. So invalid prop, type checked for valid mop, expected date got string value of this. Yeah, all right. We're just going to do that. That's all we're going to do. I'm not spending hours trying to get this perfect. This is fine. I don't know why they're asking for strings to be here. I would have actually separated the model out into its own little object stuff. And yeah, I would accept anything that comes through. So yeah, don't know why we have to do it like this. I'm just gonna double check this here, but yeah, they've got this in here like this. Migrating from 2 to this is test utilities VueJS. That's all the Vite sort of stuff. I can close all of that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Multiple V models. All right, going through here, and then what you would have model value, currency. Yeah, sure. Yeah. All right. That's annoying. But yeah, we'll put in TS ignore for those particular things. It's, yeah, we're ignoring it. All right, so we've just run all the tests. We're all happy with the tests running and stuff like that. I've still got to do this particular thing, but at least we've done the basic sort of tests at the moment. We can keep adding to-dos to put stuff in. Now, has error. Now we do have an error message. And Scotty B, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. Oops. No, it's just, all right. All right. We've also got error message in here. Now, error message, does not come down yet. Error message, has error message. All right, cool. False by default. Now I know why this is here. I think it's because we want to hide this until we need it to show. Alright, so I'm just giving a good think about this. Because how I define this one also then defines the other inputs and so forth like that, how they're going to function. And the thing is, we always want... We've got a couple of errors that we could always override. Error messages, I should say, that we can override. So up here we could do max state error message, or actually no, what we're doing for those particular cases is wherever this is gone. Where's my S Kelly drawer? There we go. You can go over there. Min date will go to max date. Max date will go to sorry, min date. If it's younger than min date, will go to min date. If it's older than max date, it will go to the max date. If it doesn't exist, it will go to the min date. And if it isn't a date, it will go back to a date. Yes. All right, cool. So in that sort of case, we actually won't hit an error case, which we won't handle. I'm just also trying to think, is there a useful case when we want to clear out the date? In which case, we do want an error message. So, for example, is required. We'll require it. However, I'm going to state if someone doesn't put in a date, which also means that the model can be type date or null. No, that doesn't work. All right, this gets even more complicated. VueJS model type with multiple types. All right, I like that. I've got to test it. To do test when there is a null passed through. To do test when the model has a younger than date model. All right. So I'm just thinking about a bunch of stuff. All right. So if model equals that, and is required is false, we null, and move on. So what I want to do is if the model equals nothing, or model equals undefined, or actually no, we won't let it equal. Don't know what happens if it's a null or that, so we'll have to test for that. Is required. So that's meant to be props is required. Model should be null. Alright, hang on. I'm just going to do console log. Model equals that. Oops, that's meant to be a comma. Model equals null. Model equals undefined. So yeah, we'll figure this out. Because I actually don't know. I really don't know. What we're going to do is we're going to open up the local. And I'm just going to copy this very, very quickly. I'm just going to paste it in here. 145. We're just going to go up here. We're going to go datetime component. I should really name that to picker, because it kind of is. Then we want the datetime component, where the model equals datetime model. We need to import it. That's not a problem. We just click on this. Datetime picker. Oh, what else do you need? All right, and all I need to declare is the datetime model. I'll just go up here. Just import that like that. And then import define model or model from view, and then we'll just go down here. Now I don't need to have that in squiggly brackets. We can actually do that. Then we go define model, and then we're just going to go const datetime model equals define model. We're going to go new date type. It's going to be date or null. So, no, sorry, this is not meant to be up here like this. Sorry, this is meant to be a ref. So I got a bit confused there. The const datetime model equals ref, and then it'll be new date, like so. That will go all the way down here. That's the datetime model. What is this talking about now? Insert require attribute model. Model equals datetime. Oh, fuck off! Whatever's doing that. Excuse my French. Alright. I need to open up my test. Not my test. npm run dev. We need to open up this. Localhost 5173. We're just going to scroll down here. So we've got nothing in here. I'm just going to open up my view stuff. Here it is. We're just going to scroll right down to the date time thing. We're all happy with that. We're going to open up that. We've got the render error message. All right, cool. So we've got this. We've got the model. That's a prop though. And we've got that date. But what if I pick any of that? I'm gonna go 1200 like that. Anyway, I'm gonna sneeze, and also with Pardon me. We've hit ad times on Twitch. So for those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. So yeah, you tend to see me do this. I'm going to move this little guy over here now. There we go. That way you can see me a little bit better, and if I look at him. There you go. Yeah, about 40 seconds left of the ads. I've just got to figure out all of this sort of stuff for the date time. Once I do figure it all out, we'll be writing unit tests in place. We also should start doing some documentation, which will be nice. Yeah. I will eventually host the documentation. I've just got to figure out where. I think I know where. I think I'm going to do the same thing I did with the Swagger documentation. And welcome back, Socks. But also, welcome back, everyone. Let's jump back into it. So, we've got a date time picker. Yeah, I'm just gonna have a look up here. Yeah, define model, type, date, null. All right, cool. When I do something like that, did it change? All right, so if I just clear this all out. That's all different. All right, cool, not a problem. What we want to do is we want to just console log model. I don't know why I didn't do this at the start. Oops, I didn't do something silly. So we do that and we move that. So object is roll true, value equals today's date. I don't know about that, Socks. Yeah, something's going awry here. Because I've got the defined models. I'm pretty sure... something's going wrong here. So I'm just going to delete that. Piss it off. And we're just going to go date time component. Label equals, in fact, do we have the label appearing in here? We should be. All right, so we're gonna have start date here. Because this is multi-lined, we're gonna do something like this, and then we're just gonna do that, and we'll be happy. The model equals, and that should be date time model, like that. And I don't know why that's complaining that it is insert the model. It's right fucking there. And then we've got the model down here, but that's not... missing required prop model. What the fuck? Model is defined model, which is what we're doing. And then, yeah, it's just like that. The child is going to be like that. So the V model equals, and then the count model. And that is a ref. I'm just going to do something very, very quickly. I'm just going to make that false. going to refresh this. And I'm going to go back to the local app. It should be coming up with the proper date here. This is annoying. All right, I'm going to go into the view itself. We're going to scroll down to the date time component. We're going to see this is max and min. Yep, we're fine with all of that. And then models is undefined. Am I doing something wrong? And we're also doing something wrong with this. Yeah, that's what I should have. I'm just going to bump the checkbox over here where we're going to delete that. I'm going to go string date and null. I'm just going to leave it as date. All right, so we'll be happy with that. And then with the local app, that seems to be working now. And then if I go over here and refresh, it doesn't pass through the new date though. So if I scroll all the way down and click on that, we should see model somewhere in here. Model. So if I go into here, vModel equals a model for the input. And I'm now starting to think that that's probably meant to be a string. But it comes through here. We hit the form group. Yep. I'm just going to have a look at the console. We don't have any warnings or anything like that. So I'm just going to have to Google this very, very quickly. I'm just going to close a lot of these tabs. We don't need them open anymore. What we need to open is view input type date time model. All right, I've been looking around for a solution I can't find. I'll put that off to the right so you guys can read. Also, for a solution I can't seem to find out, this bot is very simple. So if anyone knows a fix, if there is one, let me know. I want a vModel A input type tag. So here's an example. So we've got a date, vModel equals date, ID equals my date required. Oops, and I've just knocked my headphone cord out. And all right, solve a cube. Give me 2 seconds. I will get one right now. So I just saw that reward. Welcome, welcome. I am probably going to butcher your name, and I do apologize. We'll move this just out of the way. Can't I? Do you have a preferred color? And I do apologize if I have mucked up your name completely. For those on YouTube wondering what's happened, someone has redeemed Silver Cube. So, yeah. Anyway, I will do, let's just, okay, top one is red, we'll do red. Gotta do that, made a few mistakes, but that's okay, there's another mistake. That should go over there, and then we should have that going over there, and then socks conveniently stands in the way. Got those two left. And there we go. Right, we'll get back to it. All right, type date, yada yada yada, return, yep, email. All right, cool. We're gonna go down here. Const date equals ref. I mean, that's another thing. We could do it as a string. Ran into this issue a year ago. I'm not sure why any changes made email affect the date. Oh, hang on. Well, it shouldn't be it, right? If we jump over into the view component and scroll all the way down to this, and we have a look at for the model, we've got Wednesday. If I click on that and I pick, let's say, the 1st, go 12/12, the model becomes like that. All right. Hang on, give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to clear all of that. I'm just going to go a equals new date again, and then a dot to ISO string gives us that. In which case, I'm just trying to think of the value being put out into the model, and why the value isn't actually appearing. Is it because it's not in ISO format? Which could be the case. In which case, I would then scroll up and do something like to ISO string like that. Still that doesn't work. Even if I go into the view, scroll all the way down to this and have a look at the model value, got it like that, it's just not appearing in there, which is really freaking annoying. And then if I pick something in here, let's say the 1st, like so, it knocks it all the way down like that. And if I refresh, it's got the whole thing in there, whereas in reality, I don't think we had the Z. We had it up to there. And then it appears like that. All right. I'm gonna have to figure out how I can do this. So there's a couple of things I've got to deal with. All right, cool. VueJS date input type date. All right, input type equals date. ID exact v model equals select date. All right, cool. Import the value must be in the string format. All right. So that might be the problem. Handling JavaScript date objects. If you need to work with a JavaScript date object in your script, you'll need to format them to equal string format for the inputs value and convert the input string back to the date object. When change, a common pattern for this is to use the computer property with a getter and setter, or you could explicitly value bind and at input listener. All right, cool. So it looks like the date time is going to be a little bit more trickier to do. That's fine. It does mean that I then need to put through certain values. It also means that I probably have to step back on what I was saying before with the min and max date and actually put them as string values, which is annoying as hell because there could be a lot of components which need that. However, that said, I'm just having a think. I could use the computed parts of stuff to manipulate the values. I'm just wondering, for the models, should I force it to be? No, we don't want to force. We can force it to be a string. Yeah, I'm just having a good think in my head. Yeah, we've got the computed where we can actually get and set certain things. All right, cool, that's good. I'm just having a quick look here. With the models though. So that will be the model that. Okay, that's gonna complicate this a little bit. That is fine. Another thing I want to do is test if we can use numbers. Just give me a second. I'm just going to change this. We're just going to put in a random value like that. We know this won't take numbers at the moment, but we're going to key that in right this second. So we've got it like as a number. And then the V model should work. Now that doesn't. But we've got the model. passing through. And so the comp actually has getter and setters. Yeah, I know, so this is a tricky one. She's looking at me, judging me. Okay. Alright, so the local app, that passes through. We're all fine with that. If we scroll all the way up and we do something like that, that should reset everything down to, I'm just going to refresh everything. So we've got the date time, model value is nothing, easy done. So that will blank out this. And then if I pick, let's say January the 1st, and then move away like that, that does that. And then if I clear out all of this, that then makes that model back down to nothing. Yeah, that's just an empty string. Just wondering if, because I'm going to get date times from the back end, they're going to come through as JSON. I could add in a computed layer. So we've got the model, and then we've got a computed layer. The computed layer will reference the model. If it's got a get, it will pull out the string that we require, and that way, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, that way we can put it in the format that we need and make sure that it's in the proper timestamp for the user. Another problem I can see having is just why the hell is the date time different? So I'm just complaining about the date time, how the date time when you key it in doesn't match the essential JavaScript date time. If I keyed in, let's say we've got this, and then if I edit it, it's a string. Why isn't it a JavaScript date time? Then just give me 2 seconds. Input HTML, not outputting JavaScript date time. I lose, yep, try it. Alright, cool. Yeah, all of these are going to be values in that format. UIs varies in general from browser to browser. The control is meant to represent. Yep. The input allows any valid combination of year, month, hour, and minute. Even such combination is invalid in the user's local date time, such as 1 hour within the daylight savings time. All right. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh. Control for entering date time with no time zone. Open the date picker. Okay. Control for entering year, month, and day with no time. Wheels, date, and time component when actively supported in browsers. All right. Just wondering if there's a time one. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't have... Excuse me, I'm just picking up my pen. Alright, I'm going to do this so you guys can also read what I'm reading. So a string represents the value of the data entered into the input, the format of the date and time value used by the input is described in local date and time strings. Alright, cool, I'll open up that. I'll do this. I'll just hit refresh again so we actually land on, I think, a valid datetime local string contains of a date and a time string concatenated together with either the letter T or a space character separating them. No information about time zone is included in the string, which is the date and time is presumed to be in the user's local time. Which, when you set the value of datetime local input, the string is normalized into a standard form. Normalized datetime strings always use the letter T to separate the date and the time and the position. Alright, cool. This is done by leaving out the seconds component if the value is there. Alright, yep. Time offset strings. A time zone offset string specifies the offset in either positive or negative numbers of hours, minutes from the standard time base. There are two standard time bases which are very close to the same but not exactly the same. For dates after the established coordinate, UTC time. In the early 1960s, the time base is Z, and it is offset indicate particular time zones. For the time, alright, cool. For dates prior to the UTC, the time base is instead expressed in the terms of UT1, which, alright, cool. Once again, we'll probably do 0 as the minimum date. We won't set it back. We'll probably end up using 2000 as the minimum date, or 2020 or something like that. The time zone string appended immediately following the date. Time alert, time string. Yep, alright, cool. Doesn't provide a way to set the time zone and local. Select date time and specific time zone with a single control. This is to use two separate fields. Alright, cool. That's one thing, is I might need to do this to set this all up, but we've hit an ad break. Alright, so yeah, this is time zones, time. So what will actually happen is it'll spit out a essentially a time which we can assume is the user's local time. We can try and then put that into an appropriate time, like the UTC time. Because the last thing we want to do is, let's say let's say you've got people working all over the world. You don't want someone to change it into their time and have that reflect on the server as UTC time. You want it to actually convert into UTC time and then send it to the server. Otherwise, it's just going to get confusing for everyone. So if I say 4 p.m. today and then someone's in New Zealand and they're like, what, 4 p.m. today? I thought we were doing this at 6 p.m. Yeah, it gets confusing. So I've just got to figure this out. It'll happen. Give enough time. Yeah. So what I'm thinking of doing is we'll still do the existers. We'll still do some of that. What we'll do is when we have the model come in, it will come in and then we'll do a compute. Because inside the compute we have gets and selects. So up here we're assuming UTC time. And we'll have to document this to be like, listen, this will be in UTC. We're assuming this will be in UTC time. That would work for us, but what if someone else has a different time zone? In which case we then need to pass through the time zone, default time zone. So when we do the gets and selects, we put it back onto that default time zone. All right, so going into here, we're going to go down here. We're going to type in time zone, and that is going to be a type of string. Required is false, and default is going to be UTC. Now we're going to need to get JavaScript list of time zones. So apparently all of these are the list of time zones. All right, update 2020. All right. If you need a full list of time zones that your environment supports, you can now acquire that using... Alright, sweet. So, what we need to do is VueJS props validate. I don't know why I clicked on the AI stuff. I'm just going to click on this. We're going to open up this. Actually, no, before I do, prop declaration, prop validation, we'll just skip all the way down to here. So, we've got all of this. Default role props, yep. We want a validator. Like that. Alright, so that's kind of what we want. I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to paste that in here. This is just for reference. So the default, we need to just time zone database. in here, we've got this. I'm just going to copy this, and we're just going to open up that very, very quickly, and we're just going to paste that in. So we've got all of that. I'm just going to quickly have a look. All right, do that. I can't see UTC. All right, I'm going crazy. Don't worry. We are just going to open up this. That's all the Pacific. Oh, it's just UTC at the very, very end. All right, cool. UTC, that works perfectly fine. So then we'll have the validator here. We've got the value. Will come through as that. We've got the props as data. String. The value should also be a string. And then in here, we're going to return. This is where I need to actually look at the command again. Wherever it's gone. Despite what we're I see it's working in the latest. All right, cool. I'm just going to paste this. Oh. All right, and then it'll be time zone array. Oh. Yeah, we did that before. Yeah, that's... And then return value, time zone array dot... this is where we've got includes. And then value. Now, includes. And Toxic Gamer, hey, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. I think it's sum is faster. Now, we won't need props. We just need that. And that should be it. So the idea is, if they key in something that doesn't actually work, this should throw up an error and everyone will be happy, being like, oh, okay, the time zones are of this sort of thing. All right. We'll need to document that. But it should fall back onto UTC. Okay, getting back to this. So we've got the model. We're going to pass down the UTC time and the time zone. So if the user is using a different time zone, then what will actually happen is they can default to that particular time zone, and we'll be fine with that. Now, I've got to create a new date in a different time zone, and I'm just trying to think how I can do that. So I'm going to close all of those. I'm just going to go JavaScript new date in different time zone. I'm not converting. I'm creating. So, for example, if I'm getting UTC times and stuff like that from a backend, I want to key them through. So I'm just going to close my curtains now. I want to key them through and state that they are UTC times and stuff like that. Especially if it's a string. So. Alright, okay, so with the model, here's the model, we'll have the types string, date, and date. I think it is probably the safest way to handle this. Date should contain the, if we open up this, I will bump that off to the right, left, sorry. Once again, A equals new date. That will actually contain the current time zone, like so. So I'm not too worried about a date function. So if we search for the type of a date, so type of a, we'll get object. We'll get an object. Damn that. That brings in another question is JavaScript get type of date. Alright, how to check whether an object is a date. Alright, this is equals function. An alternative to duck typing via instant. You can use instance of operator, but it will return true for an invalidate to. Oh. All right, so I'm going to show you what they're saying. So if I do var equals a equals new date, so we're all happy. If I go date instance of date. Sorry, a instance of date, it comes out as true. If I do var b equals another type of object, so we go type of b, it's going to be an object, same as type of a, both objects. But if I go b instance of date, it's going to be false. However, if I go var c equals new date, piss off. Sorry, the first thing that came to my mind is an invalid date. But if I go date instance of date, sorry, C instance of date, it's still true because it's still got the, you know, object around it. But if I go C dot, if I go type of C dot get month equals function, that's still true though. I can do C dot get month, but that comes out as not a number. All right. Cool. So I've got some cases to handle here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking about my Wacom tablet. Because I bought one of these, but it's got the old cords on it, and I need to... Help me make doodling a lot easier. Alright, cool. So the idea, what I'm thinking of, so we start here, date gets inputted, type. Alright, date. From here is valid. It'll have a different is valid. As with this one. That actually should be a diamond. I know, I mucked that circle up. Alright, cool. Everyone, it's a diamond. So... alright. Oh, I just realized. Sorry, I've been on ad time this whole time. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I've been doing all these, this stuff. Oh, that was a big, bit silly of me. I do apologize. Happens every now and then. I don't want to know how long I was on for ad time for. Alright. So, what I've sort of figured out is if I pass through a string, that means I can pass through an empty string. An empty string will just keep as an empty string. Unless it's required, but we only have to handle that when it is set. But with the gets, those are fine. Because there's many cases where, for example, a new form. So the page loads up, there's a new form there, there is going to be no data in it whatsoever. You might have that date field required. You don't want to instantly tell the user this is required. You haven't filled this in. Bit of an annoying feature. So what we would do is we would have it that sorry, I'm just trying to think. We would have it so that the user would have to click into the thing. Another thing which is, I've just done a touch. This is possible to make touch events with Vue 3 without an external library. Touch events are supported natively in Vue in the same way they are in JavaScript, but the dragging and swiping function. Not exactly what I wanted to know. What I wanted to do, sorry, I just had another thought, is if the user skip the validation and they go up and try and submit a form, how can we actually notify the user that they've got to fill out that particular field? Isn't that right, Socks? She's like, yes. Remember, I'm trying to make these as dumb components. As dumb as possible. Alright, might be on a form submit. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna see if that's possible. Yeah, there we go. On submit. hopefully that works. We will test that out. Okay, getting back into thinking this through. So we pass through the model. We determine whether it is date or string. Oops, sorry, sucks. I'm just trying to scratch you, and you're like, ah. From there, the string, we determine if it's an empty string and so forth. That with the getters, we're not too fussed. With the date time, we've got to determine. We've got to translate it into another date time. To the user's date time. Which I don't want to include any external libraries, but I am definitely looking at Luxon right now, being like, man, whoever did that. But it's meant to be very, very small. Nice API, individual duration support, passing and formatting, internationalization, details and all that kind of fun stuff. But also at the same time, I'm wondering how small it is. To why does Luxon exist? To clarify here, I'm just one of Moment's maintainers. I'm in charge as a. Alright, cool. Origin, want to try something? Yeah, alright, cool. I mean, it'd be great if it's super small, but once again, I don't want to include any other sort of libraries. I'm trying to get Welk as small as possible. So when you build it, it's going to be as tiny as possible. So, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to say up here, we're going to import the model. Put our options. Sorry, sucks, I need to do my arm again. We're going to have... Oh, we can import a number too. So we can import a string, date, or number. Alright, I'm going to accept all three. Alright, hopefully I've still got internet. Yeah, it's still uploading. Alright, cool. Alright, hang on. Overload of options, default any, required any. Alright, this is where I am going to go and do view model types. Just double check that I've got this correct. This will then be type. Define props. This is models, right? Implement two-way binding. All right. Yep. Yeah, that just changes that. That's fine. All right. Default 1. Arguments. All right. Well, it might not have types. V model has built-in modifiers, trim, number, lazy. In some cases, you might want the V model on your custom component to support custom modifiers. For example, creating a custom modifier capitalizes the letter of the first letter. Okay, yep. All right. U3 model types. I'll define model. This question solves the problem. I want to use define model type. All right, we don't want to. I don't want something so crazy, but they're saying types do exist. Define component property. All right. No, it hates the number. Oi, come on, keyboard. No, they've got it as that. Oops, I haven't put back on that. All right. Yeah, so it can either be an object, array, or string, not necessarily a number. In which case, I am going to play around with a few things. So, going over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the console. We're going to delete all that. We're going to go var a equals 100,000. There it is. All right, cool. If I actually no, var a equals 100,000 like that. Easy done. Then var b equals new date of a, b, that doesn't make any sense. But if I go var c equals new date and I go 100,000, we've got a completely and utterly different date. Yeah, alright. That's why... Oh, we've got another ad break. This time I'm hoping to remember to switch back properly. So, yeah, I do apologize about that. If I do that again, feel free to jump into chat and be like, yo, wrong screen. Yeah, this date component's going to be a little bit harder than I thought. So, yeah. Alright, oh, sorry. Big yawn happening. Alright, So I'm just thinking at the moment. So the other worst case scenario is we can build our own little thing, but I want these as dumb components. I don't want to build my own date time. That would just be painful. Alright, so going back into here, it looks like we can't deal with this as a number, but I'm just out of curiosity, if I go type number, that's fine. Alright, just give me 2 seconds, view, model has multiple types. Type array or string. Type array string as per type array or string. Just gonna borrow that for a second. We're just gonna paste that in. Prototype, yeah, oh, fuck off. But I now want to get rid of that and I want to do number. And I want to do number. And then I want to do date. I really need a new keyboard soon. This keyboard is really struggling, really struggling. All right. I think that works. I don't know if these are meant to be down like this. Yeah, all right. So we've got the defined model. We're admitting up whether or not it is valid. I just realized in the checkout, are we doing the model with the checkbox? Yeah, we're doing the model. Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. The is valid here. Yep, all right, cool. Has error and error message. I'm going to keep like that. The computed, the date time ID, we're going to keep like that. And then we're going to go const date time model equals computed, and then we want a get. We want to, give me 2 seconds, view computed. So we've got computed, we got, all right, cool. So we're doing like that. that. And then, yeah, something like, all right, cool. And in this sort of case, what we want to do is we're just returning, I'm going to go new date. Actually, let's just go 2012, 01, 01, Z 1045. Like that. Now the getters, yeah, they're like that. All right, cool. These are options that we're setting. All right, cool. And then this. We can check the validation in the getters and setters too. All right. So when we change this, we like that. Okay. Let's have a look. I'm just gonna refresh. Alright, nothing works. We've clearly broken something. Value is not a function. This is a type error. Oh, we might not be able to do that. Alright, give me 2 secs. In TL dot Alright, shoot. Yeah. Okay, now that's passing down stuff, but that's still incorrect. So what I'll do is I'll pick a date and a time. And in the view, I'll grab it. So we don't have a model value. That's perfectly fine. But what I can do is I can grab this one. Screw it. I'm just going to go back here very, very quickly. I'm just going to change this back to model. Oh, I can't even do anything. We're going to have refresh. So instead of manually generating date time field from the label, have you considered Vue 5's new use ID? Hang on. I can't find use ID. The use ID API is a composite helping introduced in 3.5, released on generate unique Smart Station for accessibility, as it guarantees unique IDs even if multiple components have the same label on one page. Oh, okay, for getting the IDs. Oh, okay. I have not considered it. I'm just racking through my brain. I think that's a good idea. Do use ID along with label. All right, cool. Let's drag that all the way up to the top. But yeah, no, I could use that. Let me fix the issue with the date time stuff first. It's going to drive me nuts if I don't get that. But yeah, I think I can actually do that. I can't think of a case where that would be a bad idea, especially with the IDs. Because the IDs are usually just for the label and the input. But yeah, I think it'll be quick to implement, and yeah. All right, getting back into this with the model. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to click on this. There's our model value. I'm just going to key in, let's go 15th, 9th. Cool. Yeah, I've just done that. I'm just going to copy that. And then what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to paste it here. I know I've got a big year there. I'll just do 2012 here. That should work. Then we just need to go back down here. We've got the model to be that. And then if I refresh, boom. All right, so that data is fine. So we've got the getter working. With the setter, what I'm going to do is it's just going to be model.value. We need to pass through the value in here and just go value. Like that. I'm just going to refresh. So if we scroll all the way down to here, we've got the, actually, no, let's go to the local app because we've got the date time reference up here. And if I change that to 04 and I move away, boom. All right, that's what we want. So when we get either a number, a string, or a date, we will handle it appropriately and we'll set it accordingly. When we get the value back, my only concern is if the user's expecting a date format, we send back a date format. If they're expecting a number, we send back a number. And if they're expecting a string, we send back a string. Now the string value will be in that format and we'll keep it like that and we'll be happy with that. Or we could, actually now that I'm thinking about it, we could send it out with all the time zone information and so forth like that, which might be better. So I'm just having a quick ramble through my own head. I mean, I could import the datetime format for the string. So thus, if a developer is using a different type of date format, it doesn't conflict with what they're doing. We're just adding more and more layers. These are meant to be dumb components. Max, I'm in here. Come on. Yeah, no, I'm in here. You gotta come in here. So, yeah. Where have you gone? Where have you... Ah, there you are. Yes, you get pats. Whoever thought building your own datetime component would be hard? I was like, it's going to be easy. It's going to output JavaScript object, and no, it outputs a string which doesn't match a JavaScript object. All right. So with the getters, I'm going to have to do find type and convert. I'm going to put to do. It'll be date type. To do string type, to do number type. And the string can be a number too. So I've just got to check one random sort of case. If I do 2012-01-01, I'm going to go var a equals that, and then pass int, a. It's going to give us 2012, so that's not ideal at all. Is not a number. All right, that is going to be good. Because the last thing I want to do is have, for example, var a equals new date. Right, and then let's go var b equals a dot get date. Right, and you're wondering, oh, sorry, not get date. Get time. Notice how it's an int? If I copy that, copy message, and I'm like this, if I, oops. It sucks. She say, I'm going to touch your hand. Because I want pats. If we got B coming through, B is a string. So if we go type of B, that's going to be a string. So in our logic, if we then go, okay, that's a string, so we handle it, we go new date of B, it's going to be not a date because it's meant to be an int. But if we go is not a number B, that's going to be false. And we know that, oh, that's actually going to be a number. So then we can go new date pass int B. Hold on, pass int B. It's going to be that. And then new date. And pass it through like that. And boom. All right. Great progress. Thank you very much. Quick tip on the datetime logic. Generate IDs from prop label can be risky. If label text changes, the ID changes too, which might break internal CSS and testing scripts. With the CSS, I'm not too worried about it because I'm doing it all scoped. As for the ID changes, which might break these and testing scripts, essentially with the ID being connected to the label, I mean, I can pass through an ID, but at the same time, I kind of want these to be as dumb as possible. So when people use them and then pass through, for example, start date, it'll be ID start date. then someone could easily change that to date. And yeah, some things will break. We also have someone above telling me to use the unique IDs. Because yeah, you can have the same label on multiple pages if someone's put start date in two different places. So yeah. Yeah, I will have to think about that. Remember, I'm writing a component library. It's meant to be as dumb as possible. So, we're not going to do anything too fancy. So, yeah. Alright, getting back to solving this problem. String type. So we've got to make sure and make sure not a number. The cleanest fit would be using use ID from yeah, that's what someone recommended. I think you just recommended that above. So if I were to do that, do I need to import it? Yes, it's just as simple as that. And then let's just go like that. Whoa. Oh, piss. Let's go down here, and then if we go use ID, use ID, use ID. I spelled that one wrong. Like so. Oh wait, these are functions, aren't they? That and we go on here. I'm just going to refresh just to clear out everything, and then we go onto here. I'm going to inspect all of this. Inspector, why the? I hate how the inspector all of a sudden just has that thing up there. For V0, I mean, it's just giving me V0 and V1. That's for V0, which... Hang on. Not a number. Oh, use ID. Do I need to import it again? Yes, I do. Use ID. I'm just going to go down here. I'm just going to comment that out for the second. Return use ID. We're just going to refresh. I won't change even if you update the label text. It's also much better for SSR hydration. So we just got V0. I did kind of want to state what that label is, what that ID is, but I can work with this. Alright, so we've got this, we've got the set values. Alright, so coming through, what we've got to do is we're going to do a switch, and we're going to go type of and we're just going to go model. so case string, add code, and then break. Case number, add code, and break. I can't type. Seriously, I cannot type at the moment. Oi, get back there. Cool. Oi, get back there. Case. This will be date. Add code, and then break, and then we need a default. Default, add error codes. Alright. So, from here, I think I'm going to put these down as functions. Function handle string date. And that will be the value of a string. And then what we're doing is if string is actually a number, return handle number date. All right, so if not a number value, so it is a number, return handle number date. And we just pass with the, we pass an int of the value. That wants us to, I'm doing that before. So var a equals, let's say 12. Hang on. How were we doing this before? Swear to you I was doing this just before, right? Oh, is Nan. Ah, alright. Alright, cool. Forgot. Alright, now we're just going to add code in here. We're going to go down here. Function handle number date. We're just going to go add code in here. And then our last thing is function handle date. It's actually going to be a date. We're going to add code in here. Up here, what we want to do is we want this to be a number. Oh my god, will this off? Sorry, excuse my French. Okay. All right, let's go up here. I'm just going to delete those. And then what we're going to do, depending on the type, depends on how we set model value. All right, cool. If it's a string, what we want to do is we want to handle string date, and we just want to pass through the model.value. We don't want to worry about the model. It'll be just the model. that's actually going to be a return of that. And then return handle number date, and that's once again just going to be a model that's going to pass through. That one's going to be return handle date, and once again that's going to be passed that right through. Okay, so that's going to be a date. Oh no, this is going to be an object. Yeah. And then that, yeah, all right, cool. So going down here, that then has to be an object. I've got to handle different errors. Yeah, all right. So default will break. All of this is fine. If we get here, there is an error. All right, cool. So what we want is has error dot value equals true, and then the error message this is where we want to enable users to override the defaults. So if I have invalid if I have that invalidate error, this will be type of string, required is false, and default is invalid date supplied. Like that. That way, if I use this in NearBeach, I can override it with internationalization sort of stuff, whilst in here, it's just going to be a dumb component. It also gives people to override it with their own sort of messaging and stuff like that. So going down here, error message equals true, error message dot value equals, it'll be the props, invalidate error message, and then it'll return nothing because that'll be fine. So we'll be happy with that. Down here, function check validation, we'll get to that in a minute. I'm not too worried about that at all. What we want to do here now is all right, so this argument of type string is not, hang on, that's BS. If I go var a equals 12, type of a is a string, is not a number, a is false. Well, do I have to go number a? All right, cool. And then is number, there's not a thing. All right, what if I go var b equals 2012 0101, and then I go number b, it's going to be not a number. In which case, then I can simplify this and go, it's not equal, not a number. I know. Oh wait, this, I can simplify that even more. Oops, sorry, that was meant to be that. All right. So if it's a string, but it's a string with numbers in it, then what we'll do is we'll pass the int, we'll pass it through, and we'll be all happy, and everyone will be happy. So yeah. All right. Now. So the next step is to put it into a date time. So put string into date time and validate. All right, cool. So we want a const. We're going to have a date equals new date, and we're going to pass through our value. Now, the one thing is, if I go var a equals new date Frank, it'll be like that. So if I go a equals invalid date, doesn't work because Alright, so that should do that. Then if a dot, hang on. Validate the date. Oh, hang on, we can validate the date down here. Put string into date. All right, cool. So that's the idea, is we're putting all the dates into this, and then we've got one killer function that sort of handles everything. These are just wrappers around that killer function. So this will then be return handle date, and we just pass through the date. All right. Return the handle date functionality. So with this one now, handle number date, it's going to be very, very similar. In this case, it will be literally const date equals new date value, and then return the handle date, and then that will be return handle date, and then we're just going to pass through date like so. Now, if we're down here with the handle date and we've got the object, what we've got to do is verify date object. So the first step to do is if the, and this is what we looked up before, and I've already forgotten. Instance of date. So if not value instance of date, what we've got to do is has error, value equals true, error message, invalidate error. Cool. We're happy with that. Now that is Might be a case of let's C equals pane. All right, cool. And then I go into here, undefined C instance of date, false. All right. So I want const instance of that. I can't have a variable name like that. Instance equals value instance of date. Like so, and then what I want to do is if I love how I press escape and it does fucking nothing. And then that will return that as an error. Okay. Now the next test I want to actually do is make sure it isn't make sure it's not, okay, verify date object is date set. So what we've got to do is we're going to have an if number dot is not a number. We're going to have value dot get time. So the get time will always give you an integer, unless the date object isn't set up correctly, in which case it will then go nah. And then has error.value equals true, error message equals all that. We're probably going to crunch these up into one thing. And what I could potentially do is I could do something like that. In which case, if I go A equals C instance of date, and I do that, then A becomes true. All right, sweet. So that becomes that becomes that, and then we just do a bunch of OR statements. So we'll do instance, we'll do const number equals the number dot is net. Oh, I should say not a number. Is not a is nan. Value dot get time like that. All right, cool. Yeah, that's all correct. Tell you what, I'm just going to delete that out of there. We're just going to paste it into here. What we're doing is we're just going to go const not a number equals all of that. We get rid of all of that. We get rid of that. And I don't know why that's throwing up an error. Yeah, but in reality, buddy, that's meant to be a date. All right, hold on. Let's just undo that. Don't know why it likes it in here and not up here, but that's perfectly fine. So what we want to do, instance or that, we can then get rid of all of that. And then we want to return just an empty sort of set. So if it passes that and then it passes that, we've then got the, we're just going to return the value dot, and this is where I hate JavaScript time. This is where we've got to handle time zones and stuff like that. All right. So the date time itself will actually have the time zone within it. So time zone. We don't want to deal with that, but new date. Alright, new date with time zone. Alright, cool. For a particular time zone. Date object text time in UTC internally, but typically accepts input and produces. Alright, cool. So it'll need the time zone like that. So if we do something like that, so it'll go +8. Twice the value. All right, cool. But what if we want to do to local string? All right, yep. And then we're gonna convert. I'm really wanting to put Luxon in here now, just because of how it'll just simplify everything. That's it. But once again, we're trying to make dumb components that don't have any libraries, as little libraries as possible going into it. So yeah. All right, there it goes, socks. You're getting the rough butt rubs. There we go. All right, no more rough bub. All right, cool. So new date, time. We need to do handle time zone. With the number, we're going to assume that's UTC time. And that will handle that perfectly fine. Alright, so if I go back over here and I'm like, I've got the offset here. Looks like I've got to the local string in here. Let's just clear all this. A equals new date. I'm just going to key that in. So if I go A, you'll notice that it's 000 Australian Eastern Standard Time. So it's assuming I'm on this particular time zone. If I do something like UTC, it's an invalid date because it wants the plus the time zone offset. But if I do, let's do A like that again. If I do A dot to ISO string, sorry, I mucked that up, to ISO invalid date. Oh, it's still got the invalid date. Oh yeah, because of the, all right. We'll do that and clear it. We'll put it back in, and then we'll go to ISO string. Okay, it gives us that. An environment implemented with API init, aka end. A date object can produce a local specific string adjusted to the given time zone. This is done by the but I want to set it as a particular time zone. That's the problem. Yeah, D's not defined, but if I go A and do that, then it... That's American US. Why does that state at 12 a.m.? That's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's 13th till the 4th, 12 a.m. I didn't handle the frickin' time zones at all. Keep in mind that the only identifier required to support by inner is UTC, so you should check carefully. Alright, cool. A dot to ISO string, and that's 1400. No, we're 11 hours ahead. What stuff? Oh, it could be 10. Hang on, I'm just giving my brain a little bit of a rattle with the time zone. So that's 14, 24. Yeah, that's 10 hours behind. So yeah, the 14 makes sense there. But yeah, the problem is, if the server sends us times in UTC time, give me a second. I am just going to check my API. This will be API version 0. Let's say Kanban board. Let's go project 1. This I can show this one. So you got project start date and project end date. So if I grab this and I go new date, keyed in like this. So that's November 2020 at 3 a.m. in the morning, which that's November, so daylight savings, so we would be 11. Add 16 to add 11 to 16, you've got 27. That's 3 hours. Yep. All right, cool. So yeah, I did this at 3 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so if it comes through like that, it should be fine. So I'm just thinking how... Okay, that's fine for my API, but what if someone wants to override it. Let's say someone has it from a different API, or either they've got different sources that don't store the time zone change. This is where we'll just use chat. All right, let's just give up. Let's use chat. I am using JavaScript, and I want to create a new date. For example, var a equals new date. However, I want to specify the exact time zone. However, the data from the server is split into two. One will be a date time string like 2020 0101 10:45 a.m. and the time zone Australian East. Is this possible? Let's see if it hallucinates. And I spelled possible wrong, so, but not with plain date. Just the way you're hoping. JavaScript dates are a little opinionated. Yeah, that's it. The core issue, the built-in date object doesn't not let you attach arbitrary time zones like Australia East. It only really understands local time, UTC, and that like that. So this won't work. All right. Annoying. But that's okay. We're learning a lot about dates today. What does work? So convert the date time into that format. All right. I'm just going to state that that they won't be able to. Yeah, I'm just going to get the person to convert it into standard dates, and we're just going to handle it from there. Yeah, the other thing is we can use Luxon. All right, I'm just going to close a couple of these tabs. We're not going to handle the date time. We're not going to handle the time zone. So the user will have to use a particular date format. ISO date format, preferably. And I'm going to have to document the hell out of this. Idea being is when it comes down, it'll be in a JavaScript object. And then I've got to return whether it is a string and stuff like that. All right, not a problem. All right. So with the set, what we're actually going to do is we're going to grab the type of again. So switch type of model. We're going to do case. We're not going to do the string. Oh my God, let me type. Sorry, the keyboard's breaking. I'm getting frustrated with it. We're not going to do string. I'm going to do number. And then what we're going to do, model.value equals, and then this is going to be a, we're going to change this into a number. All right, so the value const date will equal new date value. All right, so convert to date object. All right, we're going to be happy with that. So the number will then be model.value equals date dot get time. And that's going to be in the local time that they're thinking of. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is going to be case object. We should specify, no. Because if all of these have failed, yeah. Alright. This will be just that. And then, yeah, we should include a break. And then default model.value equals, and this is just going to be value. Oh, sorry, it's not model.value, is it? It's just model. I don't know. That's going to be a string. Get time. I really need a new keyboard soon. Alright, we've got type problems. Yay! I'm not a fan of type problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go const export, that will be a number, equals date.getTime. Oh my god, just... we can't use that. Alright. Value as a date. Hello, it's used right here. Oh my god, I'm just gonna delete this code. This is just driving me nuts. All right. Switch type of for the model. Case. We're gonna have string. We're gonna add code, and we're just gonna break. All right, cool. Case number, add code, and then break. Case object, add code, break, and then default break. All right. All right, so with the string, we don't want to worry about the string too much because the value will be a string. So down here, the model.value will equal the value. We're happy with that. We're going to then get rid of the string. Why is... What the... Can I not reach model here? I'm a bit curious why I can't reach model. Like, that's perfectly fine like that. Yet that's the same code as that, and yet that's throwing up an error. Even if I get rid of the case type string. And everything else should just default to this. What the fuck? Model.value equals value date dot get time. That works. Model.value equals value date. That works. But for some strange reason, when it's under a switch statement, it just breaks. What the fuck? Is the linter just... mental? Property value does not exist on type never. Alright, if it's never, let me get rid of it then. I'm going to put case string in here. And then I'm going to go model.value equals value. And then break. I was just like, what the... I think this is just insane. Because that's what I wanted to do. But I wanted to default stuff. In case someone accidentally, there's a type that doesn't exist, it gives the user the ability to default. Like so. Thus it goes back to that ISO string. Anyway, there's the getters and setters. I've been spending way too long on this. I don't know if this works anymore. No, it doesn't. Unexpected token. $151. Oh, alright, yep. Handle date. Instance. We go through, sorry, and then we've got to do format. At the moment, I'm just going to do that. And then what I need to do, JavaScript format date for date for input type date. All right, I'm just going to do that. It's got to be in, or I should say date time. All right, it's got to be in this sort of format. What format is that? Who knows? So, all right, a valid date time local, and you set the value. All right, cool. Give me the code. That would be great. All right, 38 problem. Oh, that's becoming very, very close now. It's only 12 years away. All right, I guess we're just figuring this one out by ourselves. So JavaScript format date. It's very similar to that, but we've dropped out all of that. All right, cool. So this will then be value dot to string or date format. Hang on, I'm just going to open up this. We're going to jump over here. We're just going to go like this. We're going to go var a equals new date. Like so, I don't care. A dot format so it will be to string, and then if we key all of that in, now, oi. Not what we want. A dot to local time string. No, not what we want. Oh my god. Trans string of that, but we don't want an ISO string. It doesn't work. ToString returns the string like that, which once again doesn't work with what we want. UTC strings, no. To local date time string, to local time string, and to local string. All right, if we go in here and we go, yeah, whatever. To local string, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to work for us. I've also, when doing the unit tests, I'm going to have to mock up different locations and figure out if it will work. I'm just going to hit refresh. Once again, it did not work. And what we can actually do is go over to the view component. we can go to the computed section. Those are all the props. Setup other. Indent max date is valid, error, model value, tooltip, model modifiers, under, where is this thing? I don't even think it's there. Yeah, we've got the handle, we've got the check validation, handle date, form group, all of that there. Set up props. You know, we don't need the props. This is datetime model. What's a ref? So I'm just going to go back down here. Datetime model. Oh, no, we should be handling all of that. All right, cool. And then we go back down here, and then it returns, and then it returns this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to return something random. There's our setup. Datetime model. We want our model. It's literally as a datetime model there, which is really freaking annoying. What was our example before? Where's our setter? Oh, I'm just going to go, oh my god, with this. I'm just getting sick of the keyboard not sending the stuff there. Alright, so I want 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. So that's our whole thing. Alright, cool. I'm just going to delete that. That's perfectly fine. We're just going to go down here. I'm just going to actually set that 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Alright, we're going to hit refresh. This did not work. I'm going to put a console log got here right in the code. Hot reloaded, nothing worked. Do we have an error somewhere? In which case we're not showing any of the errors or anything like that, which is annoying. Which I should check. So yeah, emit, no, props. Has errors, true. All right, cool. So there's an error popping down. Let's actually fix that up very, very quickly. So we're just gonna go back up here. Oh, that's why. All right, I haven't done a check for an empty string. So when we get, and it's a string, and we handle string date, we go through, handle string date. If not as a number, handle the date, and then we pass it through, make sure if blank, do nothing. If value equals that, return that. We'll just return the value. because it goes up and then, you know, it... Oh, no, we just need to return. We're not actually returning a date because we're actually setting the model. Oh, we haven't set the model. After all that, equals value dot to local string. Sorry, it's 10:30. I'm tired. I'm making lots of mistakes. All right, so we've got something coming through. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to try and find has errors is true. We've got an error somewhere. All right. I'm assuming it's going with the string. Console log got here. No. All right, let's go back up to the getter. Let's go console log type of model object. Oh my God, let me just hit escape. Oh my God, it's doing it again. All right. Has error true? Oh my God. This is going to be a pain. This is... All right, type error, string. Cool, we should hit that. Handle string date. Go to implementation. Handle string date. Console log got here. All right, cool. Sweet, we got there. Cool, we didn't get there. I know. This will have to belong up here. And then what I want to do is I want to go console log got here, so there's no errors or anything like that. So is not a number. But how is that a number? Drives me nuts sometimes, JavaScript. It's just all right, so blank do not do nothing. Have to do this before other checks due to JavaScript. All right, so we're going through now. We've got no errors and all that kind of stuff. Let's actually go in. Let's do a local sort of app. Let's go in here. 2012 0101. I just don't care at this moment. We got string. Console log date like that. We're not getting there. Console log is number. Don't say I'm going to have to actually change this. Value is going to be a value. All right. Copy message. A equals. I'm going to paste that in. Number dot is not a number. Oh my God. Type string is not assignable to type. You know what? This is just driving me nuts. I am not a fan of dates in JavaScript at all. Alright, so for some strange reason I can type isnan here, but if I do number and stuff like that, I wonder if so A is going to be that. I'm just going to delete that so that's at the top. A is going to be that. So if I go number A, not a number, do I need to do that? But if I go number 2012, all right, I'm just going to have to do that. Number value does not equal not a number. I'll go blow it. No, that will not always return true. Thank you very much. I don't even know if that will work. All right. So we didn't get through there. We got through there into there. That is great news. It is a date. It isn't filling it out just yet. We handle the date. We get the instance. I'm just going to do console log got here because, you know, it's what we do. Cool. We got there. And then, for some strange reason, we've got to convert this into... Yeah, I just don't know why there is a lack of connection from an input type date time local and the dates. I just... Alright, we're gonna... Fuck off. Oh, piss off. Sorry, I'm getting pissed now. Alright. I have a JavaScript date object. A equals date. And I am trying to convert the date to fit within an input of type date. Ow. Expects a very specific string format. I know. No time, no time zone. Won't fit. You'll have to format it clearly. So get full. Oh my fucking god. What if I am using a input of type date time local? Partially with but no time zones, which is fine. Oh my god. You're kidding me. Tempting, but too risky. Yeah. Cleanest API, if supported. Whoever does these JavaScript libraries like Luxon and stuff like that, it just gives me more. I'm more impressed by those libraries every single day now. This is just ridiculous to do this. Absolutely ridiculous. Fuck off when I press escape. Escape. Sorry, I hate pressing escape like a dozen times just to get it to behave. Alright. Let's try it out. Because I'm getting to the end of my tether for this. Alright, that's there. It does not fit into there. And I'm just like, what the actual fuck? Do I have that set? Alright, cool. Gonna do that. I'm just polluting the hell out of my code at the moment. Alright, so it still doesn't feel better. No, I'm just sick of this now. Alright, I'm gonna raid someone. I'm done for the night. I'm over date time stuff in JavaScript. It's no. Cool. Sorry. I'm just getting frustrated with this now. It feels like I'm making a step forward and taking a cartwheel back. Why the hell JavaScript does not connect up to HTML input elements easily? I don't know. I must be missing something. There's a bit of skill issue probably. But holy hell, what the fuck? Oh shit, that's also, no, these are getters. So getters return. Yeah, alright, no, I forgot to, that's meant to actually be return. Alright, so I screwed up there, but anyway, And then if I refresh that, yep, that does that. And if I go return formatted, there you go. All right, cool. At least we got that done, but still, oh, boo. Not a fan of JavaScript 8 times. Anyway, we're going to raid Anna. Yeah, we're just going to raid Anna. Anyway, have fun. Thank you very much. And for those on YouTube still here, thank you very much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It does help. I'm just out of here tonight. Anyway.